Hello. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? I hope y'all are good. It's about time we got on with the main story some more, shall we? How do I do it again? Right. Look, we're in the final part of A Realm Reborn. We're almost done. We're almost there. Yeah, main story with that. Nolly also made the joke for that about like, am I feeling okay? Also, I did see the weird fucking white pixel static thing on the stream capture, which means this does happen there? God damn it, I was hoping that was just my monitor freaking the fuck out. I can't get it to do it again. I hate that I can't get this stupid fucking pixel glitch to happen on command. Yep, there we go. I can see it. God damn it. I'm gonna be honest. Cause like, yeah, cause I tend to send tons of side quests. The only reason why I'm not doing a bunch of side quests in this game is because I've done basically all of them already, and most of them don't have their own New Game Plus. That is the only reason why I'm not doing them. There's this weird white pixel glitch if I make the mouse like move or like do certain things. And I was hoping that was just my monitor like not liking this game, but it looks like stream capture is picking it up too. The problem is just that like, one, I can't do it on command, and two, it only lasts for like a split second. So I like can't, there we go. Like that. And there it goes again. I hate this. Why does it do this? This is the only game it does it with. I'm so fucking mad. Anyway, there's literally nothing I can do to fix that, because whenever I try to like look it up, people give scenarios that aren't what I have, and I'm just like, I genuinely don't know what this is. Because it's not on the computer that's actually playing 14, it's only on the stream display, and then the monitor that sees what the capture card sees. Which I guess means it's the capture card, but again, this is the only game it does it with, so I don't understand. But anyway, the 7th Astral Era is meant to be a time of peace, and yet AR0 remains rife with turmoil. From rampaging primals to unruly refugees, myriad are the problems demanding urgent answers. In response, Alphino forms the Crystal Braves, an ambitious company that will serve the realm as a whole rather than any one nation. Summon Kirby. Just to be safe. Oh, right. Oh god, it's so full. The greater our success, the more our name will grow. The more our name grows, the greater profits to be had. I can scarcely contain my anticipation for our first mission. This uniform rather suits me, would you not say? Or perhaps it is I that suits it. After all my transgressions, I'm grateful indeed to have this chance to start anew. Buscaron, Laurentius shall do you proud. You brought in quite a few new recruits, haven't you? Your reputation extends far beyond Little Alamigo, it would seem, and deservedly so. Why, meeting you has given me something to strive for. Remember the name of Wilred. I shall hone both body and mind and do what you and my fellow braves proud. The formation of the Crystal Braves has lifted everyone's spirits. My hopes are as high as the next man, but we do not know what this company is truly made of until we face our first mission. For the freedom... Hi, Carby, can you get off the table and stop presenting to this poor person? Okay. For the freedom of all! For the freedom of all! For the freedom of all! The first few times I said it, I must confess to feeling some embarrassment, but it's starting to grow on me. I'm studying Orzian military drills in the hope that I might better understand this new organization. You don't quite have to do that, but okay. Oh gods, oh gods, oh gods, I thought I was finished with the roster, but I missed the name and had to start all over, as if I didn't have enough work to do already. Yeah, I imagine Tataru's not okay with an influx of new duties. The Crystal Braves. Just the most fitting name for a company of champions summoned together by the Mother Crystal. Would you not agree? The blue uniform represents the crystal's light, pure and unadulterated, a beacon of hope. The crystal sword is a sign of those who would stand strong in the face of danger. Until the day that my Crystal Braves are a guiding light for all of Eorzea, I will not give up the fight. I see you are once again explaining flags and stuff to me, just like how we first met. Avino's words were most heart-stirring, would you not agree? Truth be told, I worry what I can offer to such a lofty organization, but I'll do all in my power to make my fellow Braves proud. Come to think of it, the younglings seem to have run off somewhere. I do hope they're not up to any mischief. Oh god, are the kids not here? 'Tis always inspiring to speak with a person of vision. If there's aught I might do to be of service to this new company, you know where to find me. Hell yeah. Anyone with a pair of eyes can see that Thancred is thoroughly besmitten with Higiri. Then again, subtlety has never been one of his strengths. Urianger has asked me to watch over the Doman woman, that they do not come to any more suffering than they have already endured. Thancred, are you being normal? Is there what I may do to serve you? I stand ever at the ready, for the freedom of all. How about you two? Sparring bouts to raise awareness of the Crystal Braves? Intriguing, though I cannot help but feel that there are more pressing tasks at hand. Perhaps Tataru requires aid in compiling the company roster? I think she would appreciate the help, Papalimo. You should maybe go do that. Papalimo refuses to spar with me. He says he has more important matters to attend to, but I think he's just afraid to lose. Maybe also a little bit of that. Master Thancred has really taken a fancy to Doman cuisine. Several times a day he tells me that one of my dishes is the best he's ever tasted. His praise is most heartening, though I cannot help but feel he has a want for exaggeration. He's also trying to flirt. Don't worry about him, don't pay him any mind. Ever since Higiri started preparing our meals, I swear I've never felt better. They say Doman cuisine is highly nourishing, but I'd sooner attribute it to the love and care she puts into her culinary creations. They say the fastest way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and I'm not one to disagree. Okay, nope, the kids are here. They're just all back here in the corner. What are y'all doing? The Crystal Braves! Why, just saying the name makes me feel strong. I've been thinking about changing the name of our guild to the Doman Braves. How does that sound to you, Miss Renata? I hereby name Yozan commander of the Doman Braves. Our Doman Adventurers Guild could use a new name. Say, do you have any ideas? Well, it sounds like you guys have already figured out what your new name is going to be. For the freedom of all! For the freedom of all! For the freedom of all! This doesn't sound the same when I say it. How are you doing? I hear a new company has been formed. I would be of service in whatever humble way I can. Every time I speak to Real, I realize how much there is that I do not understand about the kobolds. I am fortunate indeed to encounter a former member of the Company of Heroes as a friend I'm fortunate indeed to count a former member of the Company of Heroes as a friend and confidant. Seeing this last sure brings back memories. I was just sharing a couple of juicy secrets with her. Okay. Anyway, Minfilia. I'm finally back. Traitor in the midst. Minfilia would have you assassinate Alphino in his new situation as commander of the Crystal Braves. Try as I might, I cannot shake a creeping sense of dark foreboding. But it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The Primals have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes who summoned them are under constant surveillance by the Grand Companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain we will hear of it. And until such a time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Asians, Ryanji is wholly dedicated to finding means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you knew already. Let us speak then of the more current matters. In particular, the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphino did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I do not doubt he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault and singularly loath to accept help. Looks like both of the twins have that problem. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alphino has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you could go to him and support him in whatever manner you are able. Oh, everyone's moved. Oh, God. Invoices to petitions to... It's a war, Frelona! That desk is my front line, and I fear I've been overrun. Dispatch the first unit to Ul'dah. The second and fourth are to stand by for further orders. Many of my countrymen are skilled with a bow or blade, and I have made it my mission to rally those with such talents to the Braves' cause. I only hope that we can be of some small assistance. Every little bit helps. In which event, we must guide them to Little Alamigo, else we condemn them to a certain death. Ida, what did I just tell you? Condemn refugees to death. Wait, that's not right. No, it's not, Ida. It most definitely is not. In traditional Doman cuisine, we strive for a perfect balance, not only of flavor and texture, but also of nutrition. For a meal to be truly satisfying, it must nourish the body as well as delight the senses. Yes, it would be foolish to sacrifice nutrition for flavor. This isn't going to make any sense to you guys, but that is hilarious how much foreshadowing this line actually has, now that I'm completely caught up. Just going to take a screenshot of that real fast. If Higiri and her more skilled culinarians worked closely together, I dare say they could create extraordinary dishes sure to satisfy Eorzean and Doman alike. Hell yeah. A dazzling floral arrangement, each blossom a peerless beauty of her own right. Ah, the blessing and the burden of an overactive imagination. Can you not be horny on main, dude? We have jobs to do. Where have those youngins disappeared to? Making the most of their newfound freedom, no doubt. Ah, so they've left their little corner. Those azure uniforms are really rather striking, but I think I shall remain a scion for the nonce. These walls have become my home, and the scions my family. Besides, I'm not sure blue is really my color. The green in my cassock brings out my eyes, just as Hori's breeches brings out the red in his. Why do you know what his breeches look like, Cole, today? Why do you know what his breeches look like? Look forward and never look back. Devote yourselves only to the present. That's what I've learned from the Domans. And that's it. Yes, okay. Hi, Alphino, I'm here. What is it, Frinlona? And do be concise, I am rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants her attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labor. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services. We are hard-pressed to answer all petitions, but I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilberd. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance, Frinlona. Hi, Ilberd, I'm here to help.
Hail to you, scion. How might we serve you?
Oh, right, you're voiced. I'm here to serve you, actually.
Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own.
What are you talking about, bud?
That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence.
You say with an echoey voice and in the middle of a crowded room. Okay.
Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root.
Wasn't expecting you to be so, like, poetic, Ilberd. Gotta be honest.
Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Reborn of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purposes by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-woman army like you.
Sure, why not? All right. Hey, Reborn, we've got some unfortunate news. Oh, there's the Link band again. Or nope, it's it's the Graha band. Anyway. Hi, Robon.
Well, well. What brings you here, my friend?
She is here at my behest. Greetings, Reborn. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears.
Why are
But
you just...
look at you, the honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Why are you two just gazing into each other's eyes so intently?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye, we've both come far, have we not?
Do you guys want, like, a room?
Lest you
Should I
wonder,
leave?
Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Again, do you guys want, like, a room or something? Should I step away?
Well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Pah! Spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to her, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Hilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
These two really need their own room. I know, right? They're just hyping each other up. That's all this conversation has been.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway.
Again, I can leave. I can give you guys a moment if you want.
I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all.
Whisper, whisper, mumble, mumble.
So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monitorists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime.
How do we know your most trusted men aren't any of the agents?
It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Reborn's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
I felt like a third wheel the entire time, but sure, bud. Anyway, back and forth. Ilbert is eager to continue his investigation into the Garlean spy known as the Ivy. Our hunt for the Ivy beckons in earnest, Scion. Suffice it to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones and report to Commander Levier. Back and forth, that's just all a Reborn is. And it's Urple again, woohoo! We are returned from Ul'dah, Commander. And not a moment too soon. Something has happened. Trouble? You will recall that the Fourth was tasked with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by the Ivy's minions in his Imperial context. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. God damn it! According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Garlands are not wont to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Recall those braves who are afield. Beg your pardons, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask you for your aid once more, Scion. An ill-prepared rescue party would only serve to prove the Garleans with more captives, or to provide the Garleans with more captives, and yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. Captain Ilbert has the right of it. I trust you are willing? But of course you are. Now, Aliane of the Fourth lies in wait in the Tangle, near the entrance to the Castrum Sentry. Seek her out, and she will apprise you of the situation. And away I go! I don't care about the fate. You would aid us in the rescue mission. We are in your debt, Warrior of Light. Now, time is against us, so allow me to brief you on the situation. Time is of the essence, so let me talk to you first. The Guardians fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Resh and hauling her away to the castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Guardians may be interrogating Resh, or worse. With her hurts, I fear she may not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is as strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while a comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Hi, Morble, do you fucking mind? Hi, giant salamander, do you also mind? We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate Castrum Sentry. Please help us find Resh before it is too late. Someone get me away from these Morbles. Malboros, whatever the hell you want to call them. And you. Easy peasy. Where am I? Resh! Thank the gods we found you! And thank you, Warrior of Light! Now to quit this accursed place. Resh cannot move with these wounds. She'll need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Garlands would be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside these walls. Easily. I did not mean to summon Solar Bahamut. I did not mean to summon the big guy. That was the wrong button. Alright, that's distraction number 2. And distraction number 3. Goodbye. Can we meet somewhere else that's not surrounded by giant salamanders and morbles, please? I have awaited your return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Bresh is safe, and we suffered no further casualties. Words cannot well express my gratitude. All that is left is to report the mission's success to Commander Levier, and I shall go on ahead to the Rising Stones. Well, this trader seems to be super efficient. Just already at work, huh? Ah, it does me well to see you thus return. Though I doubt not your prowess, entering an enemy's stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture, and I must confess to have been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission as is your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert ministrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Fernlona. And allow me to thank you also, Scion. Resh owes you her life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, I will see to it that the men keep their wits about them. And yet it may take time. I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. And I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, Fernlona, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I'm afraid there's no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Korthis. I have been granted an audience with an Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. Coming to terms. An influential Ishgardian wishes to meet the Warrior of Light, and Alphinaud would like nothing more than to oblige him. We have been blessed with a rare opportunity, Fernlona, an audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sir Aymeric, a Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, in Camp Dragonhead. It is considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. We would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Aymeric wishes to meet the woman behind the legend, I would not deny him the pleasure of your company. The antecedent would see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me to Korthis. Mayhap you feel this is to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use? If so, I shall remind you that more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than with the thrust of a sword. I'm not questioning that, bud. I'm questioning the fact that this fucking... You are 16 years old and yet you're dictating what everyone's doing. Just assuming people are going to say yes. You little shit. A meeting with an Ishgardian ambassador? By all means, I think it a wonderful idea. We have received no reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity of late. If Alphinaud believes your presence may help him secure more favorable terms, then I see no reason to deny him. Antecedent. I take it Fernlona has explained the situation. She has. Yet, welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Would that I knew. The question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Alabathia's spire, ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzine Alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 20 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdraw from the Alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of the Silver-Tier Skies. Since which time, their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Cartano, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. Conspicuously absent. I have tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the Alliance at every opportunity. I have explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? That's a Pokemon. Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so. Rather than the lowly messengers we have been fobbed off with in the past, this time we shall meet a man of genuine influence. Of course, I am not so naive to think as they would come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead, Friendlona. Our old friend Lord Horsefant is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further ingratiated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. I think those are that line is referencing some side effects where you unlock, So in this game, you know, you have like your dungeons and whatnot, but then you also have hard versions of certain, dungeons, including Stone Vigil, which is where you know, the fortress in Kurthis that got taken over by dragons and was where we found the Enterprise, Sid's airship. And these hard versions of dungeons aren't necessarily like hard in difficulty. It's more just like revisiting the dungeons after some time has passed. For example, in Stone Vigil, as I mentioned, it has been completely run over by the dragons. However, in Stone Vigil Hard, the Ishgardian, like, military, Temple Knights, whatever, have actually, started to, like, retake the fortress for themselves. And there's still just, like, some straggler, like, dragons that they need help with. And I'm like, that part's kind of cool. Ah, Friendlona, ever a welcome sight. Our hearts have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. It would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climes. Well, maybe if you wore a shirt that didn't expose your side and, you know, wore pants, maybe you wouldn't be so cold. Ah, good Master Alphino. An honor as always. Likewise, Lord Horsefant. Forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you have so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense. Any debts incurring have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Portant may even seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted to see that the Holy... I'm simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloaked helped to justify the decision. The recent resurgence in heretical activity is of great concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Sir Aymeric arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I am told he is eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You were doubtless weary from your journey and desirous to rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. But if you are willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intercessory. He will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. As invited as your hearth sounds, I think it would be best we proceed to the intercessory forthwith. Yeah, we unfortunately have got jobs to do. You will find the entrance to the intercessory outside, just around the corner to the right. Speak with the guard stationed there when you are ready to begin the meeting. I see no reason to keep Sir Aymeric waiting, do you? Let us proceed to the intercessory. Yeah, I'm going. We've been expecting you, madam. Pray, take your ease inside, and I shall summon the others. God, I woke up with some a goop attached to my eyelid, and now my eye has been feeling funky ever since.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
I don't speak. Alphino will do that for me.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you.
Do you guys ever get that? You wake up and, you try to open your eyes and one eye just, won't, open as easily as the other because there's, goop or whatever on it. But, it's also easy enough to force it open that you don't quite register, hey, wait, I shouldn't be doing that. Because you're also, half asleep still. And then you, I guess you, rip your eye free from the goop and your eyelids are sensitive and that's why it just feels funky for the rest of the day. Because I get that a lot.
I am Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Aymeric. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
Whoops, my bad.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us.
Okay, what do you want, sir?
Now then, shall we begin?
You clearly want something. Don't really have that. You just get random dust flu in your eye problems. Oh yeah, no, that also sucks.
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the Primal Menace. The Beast Tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. The territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Listen, as a professional procrastinator, maybe you shouldn't be putting this kind of alliance off. Like, if you know there's, like, downtime, but that they're going to come back, maybe take advantage of the peacetime now to, like, get the alliance, like, good and stable and everything?
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not. For I require something in exchange.
Of course you do. That's how negotiating works.
Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked.
Oh, hi, Cam Clark. How you doing?
It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
Hello, my fat son. I love you. The intercession of saints. Recent developments have given Alphino much to consider. Just when we were starting to make progress. And to make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, if were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak with Lord Haurchefant and find out what he has learned. Also, a little fun fact. I want to say I've mentioned this, but whenever we get around to Heavensward, the VAs for everyone are going to change. Like, we're no longer going to have Sam Riegel as Alphino, or Taliesin Jaffe for Thancred, Gideon Emery, I think his name, for Urianger. They're all going to change. However, Haurchefant and Aymeric, however, are already voiced by their new VAs for Heavensward. They are the only two to not change voice actors with everyone else. Or along with everyone else. We must needs find the heretics and... No, Little Vale is not to rush. Let us hear what Lord Haurchefant has to say first. I am come to hear Lord Haurchefant speak, not you. Okay, damn, girl. Sorry I talked to you. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through the Boulder Downs. 'Twas an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain and every crate seized. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. 'Twould be an impossible feat without knowledge of the bro. Knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume. Quite. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord Haurchefant said, lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths, Fernlona. Why don't you go and inspect an ambush site in person? An excellent idea! Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. These heretics really have it out for these supply caravans, huh? Move along, adventurer. There's nothing for... Huh? Lord Haurchefant bid you speak with us. Then you must meet... Beg your pardon, Scion. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind. Tipped the wagon for good measure, even. The whole thing's a bit odd, if you ask me. It would have been easier to just steal it. The whole damn sight harder to conceal it, I'll allow. Reckon they came prepared, probably with wagons of their own hidden a ways off. But pay no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, 'tis not but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care at the observatorium could tell you something more factual. That is, if he's awake. Like myself, he was there during the attack. Not that his presence counted for much. Eyewitness testimony. So how many of you guys saw the Switch 2 announcement direct earlier? I skimmed through it on my own after looking at it and seeing that it was like an hour long, and I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to do a reaction to that. We have things to do today. So I just, again, just kind of skimmed through it. Missed it because you were working. It looks really good. Like, everything about it seems like really fantastic. Except for the pricing. The pricing makes me incredibly upset. You've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? We came upon them before the entrance of the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we marked them as, lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them, and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought. Some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same. Why else would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, then she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek. And then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I didn't know what had happened until I saw the snow turn red. And then there was red everywhere I looked. I tried to fight, but I took a blow to the head, and when I came to, the others were dead and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I couldn't... I mean, they'd have killed me, so I just laid still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of Shiva. Shiva, huh? Oh yeah, it's like, I can go up to like 4K, it has HDR, Switch 2 native games can reach like 120 like FPS and stuff. The Joy-Cons are magnetic, there's like a whole bunch of other like cool like features. The screen is bigger than the Switch 1, even though the like thickness of it is the same. It's just the rest of it is bigger. But the console itself is $449.99, or roughly $500 if you get the bundle that comes with the new Mario Kart game. And all the games are 80 to 90 USD, which is fucking absurd. Ah, you have returned. What news have you had? What news have you for us? Shiva? That's a bit painful. It's extremely painful. Especially because the, that new Pokemon game, Legends ZA, that I'm like really excited for, and I'm gonna want to try to stream Arceus beforehand. That's gonna have a Switch 2 version as well, like a proper Switch 2 version. And, I'm not gonna lie, being able to play that on the new hardware, the Switch 2, should probably make it a lot better, because as much as I will defend modern Pokemon games and how they're still fun or whatever, they do run like fucking dog shit. They run so poorly. And so I'm like, oh, being able to play a Pokemon game smoothly again is so tempting, but all that pricing. Oh, the pricing. It seems that the Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. And who's the Shiva the Heretics spoke about? Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion, Master Alphino? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostate who lay down with dragons. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scripture so well. particularly when it concerns the patron saint of heretics. $600 to get started with a handheld was taking massive amounts of piss. It sure sucks! Hey Splinter, what's up? It's gonna be a while before you even think about buying a Switch 2, much less $80 games. Yeah. It makes the Steam Deck look reasonably priced. I haven't looked into if the pricing is more normal for other countries, because I know, the US is in fucking shambles right now, and maybe that's why our prices are so high. I have no clue. Oh yeah, Splinter, but there was one piece of good news for, the Switch 2, Direct stuff. Silksong is confirmed for this year. It still doesn't have a proper release date, which most likely means it's going to come out in the holidays, but it is confirmed for this year. Yeah, there were 2 seconds of Silksong. It is the most real it's ever been. I know, I'm so excited. It's real! Mostly. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Harshaphant, what was the caravan's cargo? If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva, as a beast tribe would a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths as to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Harshaphant, would you agree that discretion is of paramount concern? Of course. I trust we can count on your support, Master Alphino. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is a given. I will need to send word to my brethren in Revenant's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of the summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I am sure that you would not miss this for the world. Might be like the Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, where it's exclusive for a time before it comes out elsewhere. Yeah, especially because, like, wasn't there, like, some weird thing about, like, Team Cherry getting purchased by Microsoft or something? Because, like, I know Silksong definitely has a page on the, like, Xbox, okay, I don't think it was purchased by Microsoft. It was more just that, like, Silksong had, like, a, like, page on, like, the Microsoft store for a while. And that's what I'm, like, conflating. So yeah, Silksong should be fine. Also, can I say how, I mean, like, I know the Switch 2 is supposed to be, like, really powerful. That's, like, the whole, like, reason why they're doing it. Can I say it's still really wild to see Yakuza games on a Nintendo console? Like, what do you mean I'm going to be able to play Yakuza 0 on the Switch 2? What are you talking about? That feels wrong. Yeah, my crime game on a Nintendo? Hello? Strength and unity. Woe betide the heretic who crosses Alphino Levier, for they shall feel the full force of his fury. The persistent attacks on our caravan seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem, to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After apprising Minfilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Forlona, pray, join me in Whitebrim Front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Durandare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope that they have information which may help us to determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Dromont should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there then? Good. They're really stretching the definition of handheld anyways. If it's even bigger than the old Switch, Christ, who is casually carrying around this handheld now? Well, it's a bigger screen, like a 7.9 inch, I think? But they did also show off how, despite it being, like, it's taller and wider, but it's not thicker. It is the same, like, depth, thickness as the original Switch. But yeah, it is still kind of big. What's the fastest way to get to you? Would it be from the top or would it be from the bottom? It would be from the top. By what means do these heretics travel so quickly? We must know, or every attempt to apprehend him will be... every attempt to apprehend him will be doomed to fail. Commander Leviera's assessment is most troubling. If he is correct, Isart now poses a threat to Ishgard at large. You could fit your DS into a little purse. The Switch needs a whole bag. Yeah! I mean, people are hoping that the price may drop eventually because I think like the 3DS also had like a price drop after a time. And so people are hoping the same thing may happen. But yeah, the $80 to $90 games in USD is fucking absurd. That's the part that kills me. Just so you know, my men have already started to arrive. Captain Ilbert always keeps a few braves at the ready in case of emergencies. Good, I guess. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join in the hunt for Iceheart. Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Concerning the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We are all ears, Lord Dromont. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, that self-same frozen wall, which we have speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirms our suspicions. I have heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to Whitebrim Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. It would be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Emmerich. And so it begins, my friend, though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration. Isart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, the wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Perhaps Lord Dromont has one in mind? Why are you asking me and not him, then? Yes. Excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there's aught else you would have us do, pray speak and it shall be done. would be foolish to dismiss alternative approaches when contending with such clever foes. I think we can all agree that a formidable foe demands a calculated response. Some think these heretics do not pose a great threat. The slain House Spartan Knights would surely beg to differ. Dark words, dark deeds. Only the naive place all of their hopes in the success of a single solution, and Lord Dromont is anything but. It seems as though we're always one step behind, our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yield yet yield the self-same result. Fortunately, we are not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Guilliman? We have not. With the mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of security in the future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Whitebrim Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, he will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and Crystal Braves, and recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir John Tremont in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere. Simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which can endanger our plans. Okay. Fuck, do I go down again? The suspected heretic leaves through the southwest gate. Because, like, it's not just, like, the price increasing. I mean, it is mostly the price increasing, but, like, I was always of the mind of, like, I wouldn't mind it if games cost more, if it guaranteed that, you know, like, the devs were, like, you know, getting, like, fair treatment and, like, better pay and all that stuff. But the fact that we can never get that guarantee hurts immensely. The suspected heretic follows the road east. I mean, as far as I'm aware, Nintendo typically is pretty good about it, or at least they, you know, haven't had any major scandals about their crunch time and stuff, at least that I can recall. Maybe there were and I just forgot or never saw them. But still. The suspected heretic heads south. Nintendo's a Japanese company. Crunch absolutely happens. True. True. It's why, like, as much as I love Japan, I would never want to live there because I would never want to work there. Not unless I can get by with, like, self-employed stuff. This is that the Japanese are so used to their insane work culture that no one complains. Yeah, that's it. Hey, where in the Seven Hills are you? I'm freezing my bullocks off here. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the... Bloody echo. Lower your voice or they'll hear us and wipe from front. Yes, of course. The Temple Knights are... in Snowcloak. This is what you bring me? We already knew about... Our comrades in the Boulder Towns will use the tunnels, mumble mumble, dead before they know what's even happening. Nevertheless, mumble mumble, if you waste my time again, is that clear? Whoa, there's confirmation that there's tunnels that the Heretics use. Right, nope, it's best to come in from the top. Where the fuck did everyone go? Well, did your investigation bear fruit? The Heretics are using tunnels! And they also meet up in a cave in the Boulder Downs. I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. But that you could have heard their words more clearly. Yes, even the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the Heretics are aware of our operation, and confident they can thwart it. Their comrades in the Boulder Towns are key to their plans, which means it's key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. First blood. The Allied forces at Snowcloak are in danger, and Lord Dromont would have you assist him in ensuring their safety. We have long suspected that the Heretics used a network of secret tunnels to traverse the Highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear that the Snowcloak may be riddled with such passages, and that the Heretics in the Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. A contingent of Harlester and Dare Knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the Heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray, rendezvous with them at the Boulder Towns. If Halone is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy, Frelona. The lives of our allies are at stake. You got it, bud. I may be too late. I may be a tad late for this one. Well, I got a piece of paper. That's maybe something. Probably not worth the lives of the men, but it's something. It is. So, like, for you guys' viewing pleasure, I tend to hide my, like, combat buttons whenever I'm, like, not in, like, you know, like a duty or whatever. And it is kind of fun trying to do, like, muscle memory of, like, do I know where my buttons are without having the little prompt? Let's see. The hard part is cooldowns, because that's the part that I can't gauge easily. And I'd sent no word of your coming, Frelona. What has happened? What is that in your hand? They may be dead. Discovered on the body of a slain heretic, this yellowing document is covered in a complex code of seemingly random letters and numbers. By the Fury, those were veterans with years of experience, or years of service. And now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered and... No, we have not the men to spare, not now. Now old Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics he dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others. I'll wager they're on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems that the traitor you followed had managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable of the guardmen's watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicions. But that we could have caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with impunity and prepare an ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see. Of course, it'll be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Darandare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing the knights from the Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Path of the Righteous. Lord Drillmont recognizes that the situation at Snowcloak is coming to a head and that decisive action must be taken. Time is of the essence, Frelona. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them not if they are cut down ere their swords are drawn. And yet not all is lost. If you leave now, there may still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Aymeric everything we have discovered. On it, let's go! This away, quickly, quickly. Oh god, oh god. Okay, no one's dead yet, it doesn't look. That's promising. Also, hey Alphina, how you doing? Sir Aymeric, he's over there. Have words with the man if you must. We shall speak anon. God bless whoever designed this uniform. I would have frozen to death by now if it weren't for this great coat. We are at a disadvantage here. We should linger no longer than necessary. Frelona, it is a welcome surprise. Perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden... Hey, the heretics are a problem. They know the timetable and schedules and shit. You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. As Commander Levier be informed, the Braves must also be made aware. Hey, is it on now? Because here you go, we're talking again. It must be here. I am certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths as to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we may be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think of how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it, this is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should be rightly straining every sinew to find her and stop this damnable summoning. There she is! Come here, girl! Hi, Ida. How are you not freezing? You barely have shorts on. That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Ida. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Yes, Commander Levier! There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured entrances to some half-dozen tunnels after spotting an enemy breaking the surface. But that is not all, sir. We think one of them may be important. Certainly, the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Ha ha! Just as I suspected. Among this warren of tunnels lies the entrance to the Ice Heart's lair. Some of the others were going in. A moment, Alphino. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we enter the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our foes into a trap, or funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more of a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter any difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. Ahem. A change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Emmerich and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go wherever the tunnel leads. If you can find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. I would suggest you call upon your allies, although not too many or Papalimo will sulk. And by my allies, I think you mean your allies, because I want to say the NPC duty support for this are Crystal Braves. Entrance to the tunnel, madam? Just over there. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would never have noticed it. Per Sir Emmerich's orders, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Woohoo! Again, let me double check. Cutscenes, okay, good. Enter with a party of NPCs. Oh, never mind. They're not Crystal Braves. They're still just Scions. Look at that. Anyway, let's go. Welcome to Snowcloak. All right. God, this is such a pretty dungeon. The music's really pretty too, although it makes me very sleepy. The Conjurer also thinks it's breathtaking. Can I pull bigger with you guys? Are you guys good enough that I can make larger pulls? Let's see. Come here. Can you handle this, I wonder? Yeah, easily. Don't think I can go properly wall to wall, but that's whatever. I believe you can handle the wolves. Come on. There you guys go. Oh, there's a bear as well. Oh god. Get out of that. Right, we need that tiny little key so that we can open the door to silence. Ominous name for a wooden gate. Nope, stop. Okay. Wandle. Big ice golem time. Let's go. Alright, Snowdrift. When the cast bar for this finishes, you want to make sure you are moving. Because otherwise you will get a stack of deep freeze, I think the debuff is called? I don't remember. And if you get too many stacks of deep freeze, you will become frozen solid. And be unable to move. So don't do that. Is that just a raid line? No, it's an inner circle thing. And then more danger puddles. And there we go. Easy peasy. Attack the goobers! Oh god, I have a goobo after me. Help. Help, 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 help. I went on muscle memory and I just started going to try to pull every enemy and I'm like, wait, no. I have NPCs, I can't do that. They're not super good at big enemies. Must the heretics reside in such bitter climes? I don't know. Hey, don't get over here. Help, help. one left. Quickly get out of the snow. Ow. Owie, sir, you very hurt. I love the tank occasionally shouting, "You won't touch my comrades," as I'm taking damage. Like, you got the spirit, bud, I'll give you that. Get out of the wind so that we don't have to deal with frostbite. Thank you. All right, a Yeti. Let's go. Bud, why are you turning it towards me? Can you not? All right, I believe northerlies is when he spawns a bunch of different snowballs. Yep. And you want to make sure that you get away from them, especially the one that he makes big. Because they will all eventually explode and have a bunch of damage. And deal a bunch of damage, rather. I've done a bad. I can't move. These are spreads. We don't want to overlap our circles, or else we will take more damage than is necessary. Over here should be safe. Get out of that. I learned my lesson. I'm not doing it again. Die, please. There we go. Now we go back to the chill music. We're fine. Okay, that's that. I guess here's the room. God, why are there so many bombs? Get out of here. God, they're all exploding. Stop. Oh god, and the crocodile. Hi, bud. God, why are the crocodiles so scary? Why is your face inside your mouth? Hi, bud. Oh, God. You're the last enemy, though, I think. So we should be fine? Ideally? Yeah, there we go. No. No, you don't. No, you don't. Go to sleep. Stop. Fuck. I can't. Oh, well, you're gonna transform. That didn't go how I thought it would. Because normally, when those guys cast Dragon's Blood, at least if you are a tank or a melee DPS, you can use a stun to like help prevent those guys from transforming. But NPCs don't do that, and they're not focusing on the right enemy! And so the guys are transforming. Give me your finger. Wolfie. Specifically, it's Fenrir! Let's go! Got rid of my shield! So, he's occasionally going to drop down 4 crystals onto the arena. He's then going to use Lunar Cry, which is a room-wide attack. The only way to not get hit by it is to hide behind the crystal. But then you want to make sure you get away from a crystal because they will explode later. That is the Tank Buster. If you're a tank, make sure you mint that. If you are a healer that can give shields to people, like maybe give a shield to the tank. Crystals again, except some of them are going to crack. The ones that are cracked will not be able to protect you from Lunar Cry, so you have to hide behind the right one. You don't want to be in the direction he's facing with Heaven's Word War, because it's a cone attack. And we're doing crystals again. Be gone. And we win. Easy peasy. No, I don't. I'll gladly take that then, thank you. Yeah. Good job, guys.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light. Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am. I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart.
Hi, ma'am.
This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea. For Hydaelyn.
The god or the planet? Well, so much for not letting her escape. We're very good at our jobs. That took longer than I expected. What news, Frelona? I killed a big wolf, I ran into Iceheart, and I let her get away because she teleported. So Iceheart is but a pseudonym. Not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from your descriptions of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared a path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too. 12 be praised, Frelona. We may yet turn this situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Minfilia and Urianger have been busy perusing the archives of House Hortant, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report on the day's events, don't. The antecedents should be here any minute, and I can only assume that some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. Ugh. Again, maybe if you wore a shirt that didn't expose your sides, or pant boots that didn't expose your thighs, maybe you'd be a little warmer. Also, what the fuck are you wearing? Why do you have pant boots? I just realized. I just noticed your pants and your boots are one, kid. What the fuck is wrong with you? Where are your pants? Just warm yourself with your own rage. For the greater good. Though not given to small talk, Alphino can think of no better way to pass the time until Minfilia arrives. Antecedent, you come to us straight from the archives of House Fortemps. I trust your time there proved fruitful. Like, look, Minfilia used to have her, like, midriff completely exposed with whatever the fuck her outfit was, and look, she decided to dress for the cold. Maybe if you also dressed for the cold, you would be fine. Don't look at me with my thigh boots and with exposed shins. Don't look at me. And titty window. Don't look at me. I'm fine. I have Ifrit's fire warming me up. Would that it had. Urianger and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing on one point. She laid down with a dragon, the gravest of all sins, according to the Ishgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt we would find a useful answer in the archives of House Fortemps. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries. Though in this case, one wonders if it was by circumstance or by design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Yeah, she said she wanted to end the war. Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to the endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Emmerich might take issue with her methods. I do not care if a few stragglers manage to escape. Until the sappers confirm that a tunnel is safe, the men are not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander! You pursue your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Emmerich. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant, you, being a man of faith, that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Halone that your ancestors came to this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. We choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. But I would not presume to speak for the Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, and the scriptures only tell us so much. Would that it told us more. Alright, I guess he's got more reports. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait of the negotiating table, to be sure. Less so when one's enemies are ready to make harness the power of a god. Mayhap he truly does not believe that Iceheart's plan can succeed? Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was real, a living, breathing woman. Of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned. each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being good King Mogomog XII, the myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Moggles Guard, and, for anyone who's done the Reborn Hildebrand stuff, Enkidu. Enkidu is also an exception. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the Heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation, who yearn for the resurrection of one who embodies their belief. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and conviction, Minfilia. They have them both in abundance. Often also gets a report that we don't get to hear. Can that truly be all that is required? Given off of Enkidu's existence, sure. Granted, Enkidu also only exists because of Rule of Funny. My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetheryte Iceheart used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another Aetheryte, somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of the second Aetheryte, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume that she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route. Most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let us not give up hope on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlotte may be able to assist us. I pray that you are right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. There's something about reading aloud a lot that makes me really want to yawn, even though I'm not sleepy. I don't know what it is. Extra oxygen intake, I guess? Am I shrimping? No. Sitting at this desk for stream is the one time I don't really shrimp. At least not as bad as I do at my other desk where I spend 90% of my time. I mean, my back isn't super upright, but I'm not hunched over either. But then again, I don't even stand with my back upright, so. While Minfilia looks into our Aetheryte problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. The 3rd unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly, despite our numbers. Kurthis is vast, and Aethar's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom who look up to you, in case you were not aware. Yeah, sure, no pressure, I guess. Good. I knew you would understand. Yu Hase can apprise you of the details. When the task is complete, come find me at the Observatorium. Captain Ilbert and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in this investigation. The Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to their work. Ours is more pressing. There you are, Felona. Commander Levier instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the third hail from Olda, and for a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots, the crunch of the snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand. Nearly a moment ago, I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for Danafin Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin. Where's Danafin Pass? Oh, just over here. Oh, that's Danafin Pass. It's the cave. Okay. Why are the sprites so aggressive? Those balls, my ankle's on fire. I caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. The others went on ahead through Danafin Pass. Hurry, you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. The snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be too hard to find. Thanks for the tip. I hope your ankle gets better. Tracks in the snow that you can follow, or just over here. The tracks lead southeast. Well, there's another brave. Scion, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There's a great scale beast and Yuyuhase, I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. God damn it. Well, the purple oro bodes well. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I thought myself alone, and so I started searching the man's knapsack for anything of interest. And lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Paper. Withdrawing groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late or be left for dead. Or be late and be left for dead. That speaks for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I'll need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. Why were you sitting for a second, bud? What was that? Baby. Even if he is a full-grown man. Hello, what are you two up to? I am through listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those blue coats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Well, stay with her then, if you think you'll fare any better. Now, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland. Sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Oh, hi, you giddy. What's up? When did you get here? Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep. No, I have done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will. We shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damn it all! Fancy meeting you here, Frelona. I presume your work with the Third has brought you hither? What a tangled web. Lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for a merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Ugarty and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alphino is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for the spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills. Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is a most generous offer, Lady Ugarty, and one I would gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far and shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come, Frelona, let us wait inside for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. Captain Ilbert seems confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether or not it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. Tendrils of intrigue. And it's the leaders. Alphino is eager to hear Ilbert's report on the Ivy. Captain Ilbert, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us not of what we did not already know as Shiva. We have handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You will recall the flame we first identified as being in the Ivy's employ. From him, we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Ravenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that the needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Forton. He knew of the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. None other. With a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abiding the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved at least, but what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to pricing off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. A relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy has resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. Hey, Em! Welcome, welcome. How was movie? If you consider then that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say that the Ancient is among Reborn's innermost circle? Someone who has been with them since the Immortal Flame's establishment? 'Tis the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred at the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. Dumb and bloody, it was great? Hell yeah. To slip into a position of authority unremarked and remain suspicion for all these years. RoboCop. Yeah, that will do it. I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the three grand companies, Old Dawes was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsa and Gridania had long-standing armies, armed forces that lent themselves to the formation of the Maelstrom in Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people. Loyal ones, mind, under the same leadership. Only the banner was different. Not so with the Flames. Old Dawes' military was made of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Reborn faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than now, aye. The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between the conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the monetarists ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, 'twas not out of charity that they did so, but simple self-preservation. Had Nail von Darnus' ambitions been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would not have risked supplying Reborn with an army. 'Tis but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames from the moment the danger had passed. Returning to the present. Even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames. Any one of whom could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the rest. The third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. How's everyone? Have you seen the announcements today? Yeah! I would be way more excited if it weren't for the prices attached to everything. I am also very curious about the director's cut of Yakuza 0 featuring quote-unquote new cutscenes. I'm like, what does that mean? Yeah, Silksong is the most real it's ever been. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in the like manner to the other primals, the heretics will be looking to further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Emmerich informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully, the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me, Fernlona. As the realm's stoutest champion, 'tis only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Didn't hear about the director's cut for Zero? Yeah. Wild that they used the Switch 2 announcement for announcing it, which is weird. But yeah, there's going to be new cutscenes and new modes. Although the only little bit of the new mode I saw was presumably you were playing as Nishitani and you're beating up other guys, but then there was also like health bars for like Kiryu and Kuze on like the side, as if they were like companions for you. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? What am I looking at? Upon the honor of the Crystal Braids, I swear that I shall not rest until the Ivy is unmasked and in chains. Huge street battles, kind of like the Coliseum stuff in Gaiden and Pirates, I guess? Again, I haven't actually looked too much into any of the announcements further. Because again, I also just kind of skimmed through the Direct because I decided I wasn't going to waste an hour not waste an hour, but I wasn't going to use up a whole hour just, you know, streaming it. Haven't played either of those games, so you don't know what that means. There's also a PvP mode that looks like Tekken beat 'em up style. Proper Yakuza fighting game when? Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart, but until another path to her sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Menphilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such a time as they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go on ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Nafika's altar, and we shall make our way to the Lotus Stand together. Am I just here for, like, moral support? Because I'm not allowed to talk in cutscenes. I mean, Alphino is only 16, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just, you know, wants his comfort hero there to do literally nothing. Contra's guilty. Oh yeah, I'm also excited for the new Zelda Hyrule Warriors Musou game. I'm just like, fuck yeah, let's go! More Zelda Musou! Especially because it's Tears of the Kingdom, and I think the sages, the ancient sages, are going to actually get, like, probably actual characterization more than just Demon King, Sacred Stone, Demon King, Imprisoning War, Demon King, Sacred Stone. And I'm like, holy shit, they're going to become actual characters, probably. You thought of me immediately, hell yeah! This is my reputation. And also, new Kirby Air Ride? Fuck yeah, let's go! I'm just scared that everything's gonna come out around the same time, because I'm like, that's gonna be so many games I want to play and stream. Help! Unlike Reborn, politics is not my cup of tea. While you and the commander attend the council, I will attend to some business on my own. My thanks for coming, Fernlona. When you're ready, speak with the conjurer yonder. She will show us to the lotus stand. The Alliance leaders await you at the lotus stand. Will you be joining them now? Yes, I will. Like, give me a chance to finish Dave the Diver, Christ. No. Dave the Diver is a game that will never fucking end.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
Can you actually finish it? Yeah, you can get credits to roll.
And all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis. Yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign.
But it's kind of like... Okay, it has a more of a finishing point than like Stardew, but it is kind of more like that, and where like you can get credits to roll, but there's like still... It's a game that you can kind of play forever. Especially with like, you know, like the Dredge update and stuff. Like, I didn't encounter any of that until like late game, and even then I only encountered it like the once.
Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Look at this clearly evil man. Hey, can you tell the Garlemald Empire is our bad guys? Can you tell?
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
The fuck is that armor? You need more shoulder spikes.
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
I'm sure he's a good guy deep down. He isn't. Fucking look at this vampire-ass man.
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
Bigger shoulders mean bigger evil.
Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Varus here is also a freak of nature because he's one of the few characters that, excluding battle models, because battle models for enemies always
Given the troubled nature of his succession,
make them bigger
the new emperor will require time
than their actual
to
size
seal
for,
his grip
you know,
on power.
gameplay purposes.
Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
But yeah, excluding battle models, Varus is one of the few characters to be naturally taller than Frenlona. And I'm just like, why are you so fucking big? At least I'm fairly certain he's bigger without, even outside of battle. Hard to tell. Anyway, he's a freak in nature.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new Emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, we just tried that like an hour ago. Didn't work very well.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
Long white hair, black armor, of course he's evil. I somehow didn't see that message during it. Whoops, whoops, fuck, stop. Oh my god, stop. It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of a resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this? Deep-rooted mistrust amongst the citizenry. The nation's leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little and less to the common folk. Take the Lominsons, for instance. Though Admiral Merwib outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nations as a haven for grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. And likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Odans scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Okay, but those are mostly still true. Especially Olda. Those ones are a little bit different. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take the pillar of Oldan society, Teleji Adeleji, for example. But that is besides the point. The fact is that the people are wary of outsiders, whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue that the conflict at Cartano is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare, and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing. Let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the Observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list of suspects. And, by happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end for Lona, and all that remains is the coroner or quarry. Seek out Ilbert near the Adder's Nets, and he will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Korthus, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. God damn it, I was gonna say something, but then I wanted to, let Alphino's dialogue finish, and now I don't remember what I wanted to say. What was it? It's gone to me. I can't remember. My thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have unmasked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Hell yeah! Chasing Ivy. Ilbert is convinced that he has discovered the Ivy's identity and is preparing to move against the Garlean spy. Listen well. The spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Aline Royally? Reborn's second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranking foreigner in the Imperial Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Reborn chose people based on their worth. Whence they hailed was of no interest. The monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. It is no secret they do not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the monetarists did not so much as raise a murmur of protest when Aline was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the monetarists? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Aline's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Reborn attended the Council of the Alliance Leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of the Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless. On some pretense. She's up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames' records for evidence of Helene's guilt. If we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks, at every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? Hell yeah, I'm apparently real good at stealth. I even recently became a ninja. Yeah, my thanks. Let us go then, and take care to not alert our quarry. That's what this little one up here is. It's ninja. But as you can see, I'm not very high level at it yet compared to everything else I have. I can't believe I nearly have everything at 100. There's just a couple of things I need to work on left. Aline is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate. With me, Scion. So, Aline has entered the Carline Canopy. Meeting someone, perchance? Or could it be that she means to board an airship? Pray look for her within. If she's not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there, and she may have seen something. FME is her name. I shall remain here in case Aline reappears. Well, I guess she's downstairs, because I don't see the mark up here. Verlona was Falquin. Such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? A social visit, you say? How pleasant! No, she didn't come this way. I noted every passenger, and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. Well, unless she's also been bought. Not here. Nowhere to be seen, you say? And you are sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out either. Where in the Seven Hells could she have gone? The Roost! How could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Muntoy tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor, if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace. You're a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Grijadia by way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Thank the 12th or the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Aline would have disappeared without a trace. Also, what did you mean by another time for the vitality things, Ilberd? Are you planning on seeing Reborn again later? In Florigante Delicito? Delicto? I don't fucking know. Ilberd is eager to resume the pursuit of Aline Royale? Help me? Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow Aline's example and take the ferry from West Shore Pier. You'll doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall wait for you at Sweet Bloom Pier. Hey, bud, send me over, thank you. This way, my friends. Hi, Yugiri. Your quarry makes for the Hawthorne Hut. If Aline is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Garlean masters there. An explanation is in order. You're no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. All our ingenious friends at Garland Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications. We have installed them around the city-states. In so doing, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Aline would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet, as a well-known face in the Immortal Flame, she cannot move about Thanline without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. Tis for this reason, I believe, that she has chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elves are a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not as like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell it, the Garleans have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need only make for Hawthorne's Hut and catch Aline in the act. Let's go catch ourselves a spy. Let's go. If Aline was here, she is no more. We have no choice but to continue the pursuit. There, was she left already? My people report that our quarry has departed for the Bramble Path. The Ivy returns to the Gnarls when she came. Perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Garlean masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Just beyond, Aline is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer. An imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it, with me! Nod. Nod, nod. It's all we can do. It's our only form of communication. Field Marshal Aline Royale, you are under the arrest for treason and espionage. You were followed, you bloody fool! Damnation! You're unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle. But if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in the Twelveswood? When I last looked, that was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. You would feign ignorance, then? Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now, come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. What's up with all these looks and glances, huh? That's sus! It's all sus! Even a warrior of Ilian's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Ul'dah will have the grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now, Fernlona? I don't know, maybe go look into Shiva again? So, the Sands seek a way to Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you're eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I will tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, you have been training in the art of the shinobi, have you not? The change in your bearing is quite evident, to me at least. I look forward to seeing you in action. Till next time, my friend. Okay, so she does have unique dialogue for if you are a ninja. Because I picked up Rogue a couple of days ago, but yesterday I grinded until I got it from like level 14 or 15 to 30 so that I could actually turn it into ninja proper to be like, hey, does Yugiri have any dialogue if I am a ninja? And the answer is yes. That's cool. Because, yeah, there are some moments... Not you. There are some moments in the game where, if you have a certain class, even if you're not currently that class, there will be, like, dialogue referencing that you are that, which is kind of cool. And there are even some cutscenes where, if you are a healer and someone is injured, you'll actually, like, use your, like, you'll actually be there, like, healing as well. Granted, I can only think of, like, 2 or 3 occasions where that is the case, but it is kind of cool. Where if you are actively a healer, you will be seen healing. Tataru, what are you doing? Steady, steady. Not bad, eh? With a little more practice, I could earn a fortune at the Ruby Road Exchange. She cannot seriously be considering it. Life as a street performer should be one's last resort, not their first. Tataru has grown beyond childish fantasies of becoming a songstress. Now she aspires to be a legendary street performer. Should we maybe, like, do a mental check on Tataru? Is she okay? If she's trying to quit and become a street performer? Maybe get her an assistant to help with all of her administrative duties, please? Yes, but Higiri, you're both missing the point. The individual doesn't matter. It was a team effort, and I was the one who... Tancred's tales of Lady Yugiri are almost bigger belief. My heart is fit to burst from admiration. A rousing tale of a comrade's valor. Surely we are fortunate to recount Lady Yugiri as a friend. Oh, he's trying to boast about how cool he was helping out, and they're just like, wow, Lady Yugiri is so cool. Oh boy, what's happening here? I could do this all day. All day. I cannot go on much longer. It's a battle of wills, a struggle for supremacy. Our fighting styles may differ, but this unyielding spirit is the same in warriors the world over. Must admit, this exercise of yours never fails to amuse me. While its movements appear comical, it does seem to have the desired effect. Strength, Hori! On your honor as a scion, I forbid you to surrender! I think he's about to collapse. Alright, anyway, hi Minphilly, I'm back. Welcome back, Finlona. I understand that Alphino has a task for you. May I ask what it was? I had to look in Lee Ivy and we got her. Charges of treason and espionage against Eileen Royale. I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust to the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. We have we? A simple plan. Minfilia has never been one to hesitate when it comes to asking others for aid. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there we suspect that she means to summon Shiva using the crystals she stole from the House Fortomp caravan. The Heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint. But if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the Beast Tribes, it seems likely that the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped. And stop them we shall. But first we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Ethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetheryte to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetheryte upon our arrival. A reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Urianger, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution. Which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise. A colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Charlian. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you are here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I am certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. Let's go! New guest, new guest, new guest, new guest. Why are you riding Behemoth? What manner of woman is she, I wonder? We have spoken before via Link Pearl, of course, but it is not the same. Well, we're gonna find out now, aren't we?
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
It's another big lady! Let's go!
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Charlian scholar, and an authority on Aetheryte technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Hell yeah, I am! For an outpost in an aether-rich wasteland, the place is a good deal livelier than I expected. Just goes to show that you never know until you know. Also, I guess this is a good thing to point out. So, excluding Minfilia because she actually isn't, she never got education in Charlian, all of the archons rather of the Signs of the Seventh Dawn have this little like tattoo thing. Most of them have it on their neck, although there are some like other places that you can get it, like actually Rambro's over here at St. Coinex Find. His is on just like on his head because he's bald. He bald. It's just like, you know, like here. And basically it just means that like, hey, you graduated from like the master's program or whatever the hell at the school in Charlian. I don't know what this tattoo is, but Graha also had it. He had it on his arm. I don't know if they ever actually say what this tattoo is. Let us return to the Rising Stones at once, then. We have much to discuss. We sure do. We have other tall lady. Let's freaking go. Is that Tupsimaria on the wall back there? I'm surprised you managed to find all the pieces after, well, you know. Yep, that's Louis Wau's staff. Somehow only broke at the middle of the handle. And I guess, okay, no, I guess the thing itself also kind of shattered a little bit. Anyway, hi, Minfilia.
It's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Everyone, if I could have your attention.
Why? Why does this computer just randomly window games that I'm playing for no fucking reason? Because it's not any of these.
Who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Yeah, hug him! Squeeze him!
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
Get lifted.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Oriange?
Go on.
Yeah, bud?
Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
Yeah, weaponized hugs, let's go!
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the Heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the aetherite.
Well, she kind of just stood in front of it and then teleported.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal.
Oh, good. I love my chances then. Thank you.
I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
It's cool. Good. Thanks.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Am I allowed to have any kind of objections? No? Okay. I guess if I die, I die. Instruments of our deliverance. A plan has been devised and Minfilia would have it carried out without further delay. I have already informed Alphino of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moonbreeder described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said he wished to meet you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you have done on our behalf, Frelona, and I have faith that you will return to us, as you always have. I thank you, I'm going to need it. I mean, I guess I do have protagonist powers, but still? There's a chance I could just fucking vanish? Forever? Fun. what's the worst that could happen? God, why is this area so fucking big for only having one aetheryte? Oh, hey, you're here. Trust in the power of the right aura sight, Frenlona. And in me, of course. Good to see you, Frenlona. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Aline Royale while in Oldal even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon your return. I trust that, by which I mean to say, the others are waiting for us at the Aetheryte, after you, Scion. Buddy, you're 16, you're allowed to show emotions, it's fine, it's normal, encouraged even. You can express that you care for others. Lend me your energy, I'm making a spirit bomb? I mean, what? There, it's ready. Ha! It worked! I think. Try tuning through the Aetheryte now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. We have done all we can, Frenlona. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If, by grace of the 12s, you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. Well, time to go risk my life with the scary teleport, I guess. I have a mind to join you, but Urianger made me promise I wouldn't. Apparently the thought of me becoming Shiva's thrall was too much to bear. As if I'd give her the chance. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual, and if she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice, and so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Moonbraid's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Oh, and before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Aymeric. Madam, Sir Aymeric regrets that he cannot be here in person and asks that I read you this letter. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, and yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Frenlona Westfalquin, the warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Halone bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. Akafa Amphitheater. let's go. Also, I realized I forgot to read the thingy for Snowcloak. Formed in the aftermath of the calamity, the ice wall has been long thought an impenetrable barrier between central and western Korthus. In truth, however, the wall is riddled with hidden tunnels, which Iceheart and her followers have used as a base of operations. You have been tasked with exploring each one such tunnel in the hopes that it will lead you to the Heretics' leader. Yet what dangers await are anyone's guess. And now that we have... No? Yes, this one. For as long as their nation has warred with Dravania, there has been Ishgardians who instead choose to ally themselves with the dragons. Shiva is said to have been among the first, hence why the Heretics revere her as a saint. That Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva with the crystals they have stolen is plain. But is this unprecedented act even possible? If so, then Ishgard, if not the entire realm, is in grave danger. What's the queue time if I do this as a DPS? Supposedly fast. Because I don't really want to heal. Of all the myriad challenges you have faced, I should be amazed if it were a failed teleportation attempt that finally killed you. Pray, do not surprise me. You can just say you're concerned for my safety, bud, please. Let's see if this less than 5-minute prediction is actually real. The world may never know. Hello, my fat son. How are you doing? God, I've been like inspired by like some other people that play this game to like maybe make like a lore doc for Finlona so that I can like write down all the ideas I have for her instead of just it being in my head and praying that I remember everything. But I'm like, I don't even know where to begin to like format the fucking thing if I ever did do it. I imagine at first it would mostly just be like just like word vomit of me just trying to get the ideas out. Okay, we just need a healer and 2 tanks. Surely that's possible, quickly. Nice little gazebo. You've got plants that are ready for harvest, whoever you are. Got your little teleporter. Wait, yes I can. And my people have been stolen, presumably by a different queue. Oh well. Why is this the music? Also, hello, hi, are you the owner? I'm gonna leave. I didn't mean to be spotted. Listen, I'm here to like look at people's houses, but I don't want to be caught doing it. Oh, that says welcome. I can actually read that.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Well, that's a different type of summoning now, isn't it? Those who have taken up the sword shall perish by the sword. So here we are with Shiva. The cycle ends here and now. All right, these are spreads. If you have a little ice thingy, you should get away from everyone else. Alright, these are big ice circles. They're gonna fall down and do damage. You want to make sure you're not in one of the circles. Why is this samurai with the tank? Samurai's now fucking dead. Rise to join in the chorus, my brothers! Alright, she will now summon a bunch of ads, as I believe she becomes invulnerable? Maybe not. But either way, we need to get rid of the ads real fast. Because I think they're buffing her? No, never mind. Right, get away from me! Okay, then she will disappear, embrace serenity, renounce the hatreds that consume you. She will freeze us in place and pick someone to be stepped on and scatter them like dust in the wind. And now we get to hear the cool song. That sounds like Paramore did it. And that's Shiva. Unfortunately, we don't get to hear the cool song for very long. Wait, take your cop! There you go.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence.
Do not talk to me about there being no cost too great.
The righteous cause.
Do not talk to me about that.
You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander a mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
Oh, can you speak with Hydaelyn? Do you have the echo? Ma'am, I still have questions. Ma'am? Oh, hey, fucknuts, what's up? Oh, you're that one.
The vessel withdraws. A predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
She will not be taking questions at this time. She really won't. Where did Alphino go? By the 12, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Well, I fought Shiva, but I don't think I stopped anything. Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Dravanians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a Primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head traumas have been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Well, fair enough, I was only asking. The road less traveled. Moonbrita remains unconvinced that you have not sustained a head injury. Moonbrita, I'm fine. I barely took any fucking damage, but I'm good. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before that, you had best pay a visit to Whiteburn Front and speak with Alphino. He's probably been worried sick about you. That or he's busy playing politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you soon again. See you again soon. Yeah, maybe you should leave the snow before you get like frostbite or something because of your legs. Alright, well, hey, Alphino, I'm on the way back. You can stop fretting and pretending to be cool. Oh, but you're... I guess you're with the drill mod then? Yeah, here you are. Oh, hey, and so is Amory. That you stand here now is proof of your mission's success. Praise be to Halone. 'Tis customary to report to one's commanding officer after completing a mission. If you think I'm going to treat this fucking kid like my commanding officer, you got another thing coming. Sure, I will respect him, but he is not my officer. I still remember the first time you entered these chambers. Suffice it to say, I never imagined that I would one day be so glad of your return. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. There she is, and none worse for the wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior Light would succeed? I think I speak for all of us when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. I fought against Shiva. I won. There's kind of a problem, though, because Shiva's still around, because Isail Iceheart became Shiva. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life. An outcome worthy of celebration. And one for which we have friend Lona to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Amaric. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, would not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Either is the matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drillmont, is the caravan ready? The supplies your men recovered have been prepared for transport, in accordance to your wishes. Rest assured my knights will see them safely to Residence Toll. Of that, I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the Fort Thompson caravan? Less the crystals, which comprise the bulk of the shipment. Yes. Scarcely a fraction of what was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. On an unrelated note, friend Lona, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. Took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Oh no, Archifat was worried! Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray, do not think less of him. No, I don't. It's cute. Archifat, I'm a-coming. You can chill. You can calm down. I'm on the way. I'm here, bud. I don't know, how did you get here so fast? If our business here is concluded, we should attend to Sir Emmerich and the Intercessory. Oh no, hang on, we need to speak about Horsefont first. What were you thinking, Frelona? Raging your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway. Well, yeah, I'm savior of the realm. It's kind of what I do. And then engaging the abomination in mortal combat? By the fury, Frelona, 'tis the stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side. You probably would have been tempered? Maybe? Who knows? Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that's truly what matters. Let us move on. Sir Aymeric wished to have words with you and Master Alphino in private. He awaits us in the intercessory. Pray go on ahead without me, Ferlona. Another matter requires my attention, but I shall join you anon. Okay. Greetings, madam. I shall show you in at once.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Thank you for that hydrate,
The
Dolly.
argument for preemptive
Thank you.
action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Finally got your banana badge? Hell yeah. What does that even mean? Sharing clips during April Fools, I see.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
I'm sure.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We, too, have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
And besides, isn't Midgard Silver's corpse, like, basically right on our doorstep?
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Aymeric, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Ma'am?
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am. Now, why do you suppose that is?
Because you're very cute?
Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Hey, that's the name of the quest.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Is she gonna finally get a name and stop being taciturn Knight Commander or whatever? Knight Captain?
Lucia, at your service.
Thank you.
Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone.
Okay.
Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind.
Certainly.
Yes? What are you doing? What
In
you giving?
times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the Heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Yeah, thanks, I guess.
Think nothing of it.
Info is power.
Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
Yeah, you did, you did. Alright, eyes unclouded. For one reason to celebrate, Alphino looks rather grim. Are you okay? It would seem that we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Isart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threat and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications as word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garlean Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against these beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then, it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon primals, but her civilized people as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Wherefore we would have to contend with a single Imperial Legion. We could well find ourselves facing the combat of all Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Frelona, it is better that we continue this conversation in Mordona. You sure you don't want to just leave because you can't handle the cold? You little baby? With exposed skin because you're a fucking freak, get warmer clothes? If you're going to complain, you can do something about it? I do not fault Sir Emmerich for being less than forthcoming with his beliefs. Not even the Highborn are beyond the reach of the Inquisition. True, the young leaders can be more amenable to new ideas. Then again, their lack of experience and influence can hinder their ability to enact reforms. There's little fortune and far less fame in being a receptionist. One must be realistic. Also, it would seem I was grossly misinformed regarding the average earnings of a street performer. Yeah, what? Are you... Girl, do you need help? I think you do. Forgive me, Frelona. I thought I prepared enough meals for everyone, but the others were most hungry. I don't get any food? Our stocks of wine have nearly run dry. That Charlatan scholar is drinking us out of house and home. Moonbrita? Are you drinking a lot? Oh no. Oh no, what's happening here? What you two do is your own business. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hey, I just gotta say, you're right. Trying to tumble the table now, are we? Don't give up yet, boy. You don't light them up. Oh, God. What is happening? A sip before practice, a sip after practice, and all too often a sip during practice. I do believe Moonbrita is having quite the bad influence on you. Calm yourself, Cortina. It's just a little sip after practice. Clears out the cobwebs no end. I'm gonna go. Y'all are getting drunk. I need to leave. Minfilia, help! Everyone's getting drunk!
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it.
Yeah, sure. Excellent. I guess.
I shall summon the others at once.
They may be drunk, or at least Thancred is. Oh, hey, he recovered Crick.
Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog XII was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
Yeah, that's maybe not great. And also, hey, Benzo, thank you for the follow.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
Well,
what qualities this woman
I think she has
possesseth,
the echo.
I know not, but full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Back with ye!
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think.
Yeah, it's Heidelin's words.
Heidelin speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Probably.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so.
Literally. It's just like a little bit away.
Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Alright, next quest. The reason... Royale? Manfili would discuss how to best proceed in light of recent developments. I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgardsormr. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few... Do you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss? Oh boy. Is there a fight going on? Did Thancred get drunk again? Well, Thancred did get drunk again. Verlona, 'tis well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Royale has escaped. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her incoming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. The citizens reported seeing Royale quitting the city via the Gate of Nald with a bloodied spear in hand. She makes for Castra Meridianum, I am sure of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilbert and the First are hot on Royale's heels. Pray, make haste to Camp Blue Fog and join in the hunt. Once again, every single time I see Camp Blue Fog, I want to say Camp Blue Frog. And I'm like, that's not what this place is called. Hey, I'm here to help. My thanks for coming, Scion. I have spoken with the soldiers here, and they say that Royale walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. You did not mishear. We have Robon's decision to keep the matter secret, to thank for that. Not for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her. And so here we are. Royale must not be allowed to reach Castra Meridianum. Then quickly, quickly, quickly. How's everyone doing tonight? Or today, whatever time it is for you. Oh, we got a duty. Was that really necessary? I better be compensated for the additional exertion you caused me. The battle noise is kicking and gets me every time. What mod do I use for you to read all my dialogue moving forward? I'm glad you're liking my voice acting. I don't have that many voices on hand because I have no official training in it, but I have fun doing it. This witch was with Royale. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't even blink when we cut him down. Not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own, that goddamn harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Doing good, just watching from work? Hell yeah. Well, here they are. All right, let's go. Let's fight. I want Royale alive. Kill the rest. For Eorzea. You will not take me so easily this time. Oh, it's the Legatus battle theme. That's what's playing. That's neat. Oh, you do sure do have a lot of reinforcements. Enemy reinforcements. Look sharp, men. Show them no quarter. Do not let them play games at the arcade. No quarters for them. Oh, God, why are there claws? What? I can't move. Hang on, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. There you go. More reinforcements? They really aren't paying me enough. Fools, you cannot stand against the Empire. They have healers, kill them first! Okay, she's just gonna hang on with 0.1 HP. That's fine. Ma'am, can you please go down? You have no more health. You're cheating, and I don't like it. Yeah, the magic pixel. Except she's clearly like, I can attack her too. She's just gonna hang on. So I'm like, all right, fine. I guess I'll attack everything else. Until such as a time the story will let her go down. Forgive us our lateness. You're in your dead. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's so many Magitech armors. Help! The circle fetters those who wander within. Something like dialogue. I guess you can use using the dirt pile. More than earned my coin already. Oh, was that? Oh, did you Hase go down? Whoopsies. That's fine. How can we kill you? Thank you. Find her, and do it tight! Yes, sir! Good work, men. It's bedtime for you. All right, Em, go get your good sleeps. Go take care of yourself. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. What would you know of low? You, a spoiled little loidling who has never known any want. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it your God's given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we low-born-ish guardians must endure. To noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to survive. Stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagined me a paragon when I joined the Flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Reborn himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others for their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt with, and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it's that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut my own arm off than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Old Dawn to face justice, and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. I joined the Crystal Braves that I might strike a blow against the Empire. Those who cast their lot with Garlemald should expect no better treatment. Not so much of a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that this sword business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Reborn chose his. Can we stop saying foreboding things, please?
I have heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Reborn. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
Hey, I don't like you saying that.
Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
No. No. You leave her alone. This guy gives you the heebie-jeebies? Good! He's a freak! And I don't like him. Let us cling together. Alphinaud would ask for another favor of you. Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Reborn, and that shall be the end of it. Excuse me. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and appraise Menphilia of all that has happened. I am aware that the antecedent held Royale in high regard. For better or for worse, she will want to know how this tale ends. Okay. Hell yeah, I love quests where you get the assignment and then the next step is what finishes it. Just like, hell yeah, why was this a thing? This is clearly just to get me from point A to point B. Are y'all still the same? I'm gonna assume yes, because Thancred is still drunk back there. I'll take the rewards though. Except I'm on New Game Plus. There are no rewards.
I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Ryu was the Garlean...
Ryu! Okay, thank you.
I know not what to say.
Thank you for finally telling me how to say this character's name when we're probably never going to see her again.
Together with Reborn, Eileen lent us much needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
Didn't know there was no regards to New Game Plus. Have a decent amount of hours, but you always feel like a noob. Same. I have mentor status, and there are still some things where I'm like, I actually don't know how this fight works. Let's go.
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Especially because since she's been silent ever since.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white orosite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
'Twould seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the orosite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
I was about to say, why are you so scared of Moonbrita, Urianger? And then I was like, well, when they finally reunited here, she did squeeze him and then lift him off the ground.
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands.
He wants out.
Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
You will not escape. You will interact with your childhood friend.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
What do I say is my favorite thing or things about this game? Well, I'm attached to like all the characters because that's always what grabs me the most in games. Like a game can have dog shit story, but if I like the characters, I will still enjoy it. Then obviously, you know, the story would like then come next. Like I'm not a hardcore raider at all. I have never done a extreme or savage on level. I've only done them unsynced where I can like, you know, breeze through them with my level 100 gear. But I am slowly getting into the possibility of maybe attempting them. Because, for example, when like the new Alliance raid for Doncho came out, no spoilers because, you know, we're clearly here
Following the calamity,
and we're born.
The forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea.
But like when it like first came out and nobody knew how to do it and everybody was dying, I was like, this is actually a lot of fun because this Alliance raid's got hands. And so maybe I am slowly starting to learn how to enjoy difficult things.
So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media
Are you fucking kidding me? What do you mean I got disconnected? My internet's fine. Oh my god, this is the second time I've been booted in the middle of a cutscene and it's so fucking funny every time. Is the game down? Is the game down? Because, yeah, this is the problem with streaming an MMO. Sometimes the game goes down or otherwise, like, gets DDoS attacks. Okay. Ah, fuck. Is the game down? Hang on. Oh, where's this other streamer? Because I know you play on the same server as me. Come on. You can load the video, I believe. I need to know. Is the game down or is this just me? Because, yeah, I'm definitely still connected. And I'm not, like, you know, losing frames. My stream is still up, so it can't be my internet. Where the hell is this even going to put me if I can get back in? Okay, no, they're still in game. That's... so it's not the game. Are you gonna let me go back in game? Please? We were in the middle of a cutscene? Did this computer... I'm so fucking confused. Because my internet clearly works. This computer, this other one, that's the one that's actually running 14, is also connected to that same internet. So why isn't it working? What do you mean? What do you mean you can't connect? And I can load up my, like, emails and stuff on this computer, too. What the fuck is happening? Please? Let me in? I beg? Oh? Oh? Am I finally in? Hi, what's up? The game fucking disconnected me. In the middle of a cutscene, so I'm trying to get back in so that I can be like, okay, where's it gonna put me? Am I gonna have to watch the cutscene again, or... like, am I gonna be able to? Rather. Come on. You can do it. You can cue me back in, I believe. Okay, I'm not in New Game Plus mode. Okay, okay. Why doesn't OBS see the game anymore? Game? Hello? The fuck? The other monitor sees it. Why don't you see? Why don't you see this laptop? The monitor sees it. Why don't you see it? What the fuck is happening? I'm going to scream. How do I force you to, like, refresh? Do you not like that I opened the game without you knowing? Hang on, what if I unplug and replug? Will you be happy then? Oh? Well, there's audio now. But where's the fucking game? God damn it. Hang on. Unplug. Replug. Now there's no audio. What? Game. Game. The fuck are you doing? There we go. Why did that work that time? I told the capture card, like thing I have on OBS to look at something else, and then I pointed it back at the capture card, and then it was happy. I did that earlier, and it was not happy. I don't understand. Anyway, can I do this without getting fucking kicked out again? Please? I beg?
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino.
Why is the text small?
To think that Flame marched together with... When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. But now... I have...
Okay.
My
Can
thanks
I
for coming,
skip this without skipping the part in Old
floor is
Daw?
yours.
Are we smart enough to have that be a different cutscene? No, we're not. Fuck. Also, hang on, I need to talk to someone to fix the text. Why did it go small? I didn't change the settings. Why did you go small? I don't understand. Okay, so I guess I just have to spam.
What? To get... When we... But...
Because sometimes cutscenes are smart enough to separate them.
My... By now...
Which unfortunately means we now just have to do this.
Oh.
Me?
'Tis up.
The oh...
Because that cutscene with Teleji, or Reborn rather, that was before the quest complete thing, right?
The fact be that...
So I have to do this to get back over there?
That...
Oh.
am...
And I...
Late.
My hand hurts from mashing.
While you were
Yeah, and the Ioval has disappeared, and it's really weird. We think Ascians are involved, and we sure hope Cryo wakes up.
What's...
all... We
Okay, so I could have skipped. Because the cuts... Okay. The cutscene happened here. I could not remember if it was before or after the quest complete. So I could have skipped. My bad. Sorry about that.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea.
What I have to do as I live with Swiss cheese memory.
So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Media Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the Primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
Almost Tony J. Yeah, I don't know who voices Ilberd.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who
it's Richard Epscar.
from war,
okay.
It isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Did not expect that. I'm not used to him sounding like this.
7 hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the Heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or Monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, why you must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, Monetarist scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! One day I will purge this land of your sickness! Before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
Okay, Robot. I like your passion, but maybe don't roar in the middle of a room by yourself.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The Monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the Monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the immortal flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Uldar's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the Monitorists with a rod to beat Reborn.
No, leave him alone!
Eorzea can ill afford for the immortal flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ulda.
The true wealth of Ulda lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The Monitorists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ulda to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Reborn to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ulda.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monitorists shall cease to be. Ulda will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people.
I mean, this sounds nice, but if you remove both governing parties from a country and then are just like, all right, cool, bye, I feel like things are just going to explode.
Reborn, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
And, like, even if you do step down and, like, take the Syndicate away, what's to stop the Syndicate from reforming without Reborn and therefore be like, no, see, we're not the Syndicate, we're a different entity. We're now the governing body of Ulda. Us alone. Goodbye. We rule everything. Like, Nanamo, what's the next step? You need steps for something like this, not just goals. Good intentions. Minfilia is considering which of her many responsibilities demands her utmost attention. I am most eager to address the Ascian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Isgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, antecedent, the Science need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Fernlona in particular is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Adeleji and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn this situation to their advantage. Coupled with the ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Raul needs our help, and I will direct the Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best if I were to remain in Ul'dah, unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Moonbreeda's research is proceeding as planned? So she tells me, though I'm not familiar with the details. Urianger is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Fernlona, while we focus on that task, mayhap you could assist Alphino and his Braves with theirs? It would do much to restore the faith in the Immortal Flames that the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there were preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riol's latest report. He has proven quite skilled at gathering information, others which they kept secret. Hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Odan riots. When you are finished here, join me. Depending on what he has to say, I may have a favor to ask. If there are any other developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Alright. Alright, how have people moved around? Fernlona, are you sleeping well? You must be absolutely exhausted from saving the realm on a daily basis. You could say that. Is everything in order, Fernlona? Are you ready to attend to us? Not yet. I'm talking to everyone else first. Ever since Moonbreeda arrived, the Rising Stones has been buzzing with excited energy. I must admit, her enthusiasm is rather contagious. I'm unfamiliar with the dishes of the lands to the north. Perhaps once Moonbreeda has concluded her current research, she might deign to share with me her culinary knowledge. Moonbreeda has charged us with acquiring some rather esoteric manuscripts, but I'm afraid the task is proving to be nigh impossible. When the City of Learning was abandoned, a great many tomes were scattered and lost. How smoothly our research might proceed were we able to peruse the archives of yesteryear. We needed a rare ore to modify the white auracite, and think could solve the problem using only his link pearl. I mean, it's great and everything, but where's the fun in that? When one is in need of precious commodities, it helps to have friends in the right places. Fortunately, I am well acquainted with the charming daughter of a successful old Don import merchant. Uh-huh. These two have been telling me stories about the corrupted crystal formations that appeared following the calamity. I will need more data before I can draw a conclusion, but I'm intrigued by the potential of their untapped energies. We were but stripe-reeling adventurers the night we saw fire rain down from the sky and a pillar of light scorch the heavens. What a sight that was, eh, Kotane? Hori and I were in eastern Thanalan when the colossal shards of Dalamud pierced the ground. We stood witness to the subsequent explosion of ether and watched dumbfounded as the swirling energy solidified into those twisted crystal structures that we now know so well. Interesting. Okay, now I'm here. Pleasure as always, Frilona. You'll be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it. Actually, I had another task in mind for her. If you'd be so kind as to repeat your report for her benefit. Alright then. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons what found their ways in the refugee hands a ways back. So happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near High Ridge. I doubt this man would have secured such quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this traction to remain secret. Brings to mind that merchant fellow what caught an arrow while talking to Frilona, don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, it might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods. Savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall in the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Frilona? Let's go get him! Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah. I expect good tidings. Don't keep it Captain Ilbert waiting for you too long, lass. He might have to start without you. Let's maybe do the next quest, see where that takes me, and then maybe that will be where I call it for the day. Sorry about the tech issues also, with getting disconnected and then OBS being like, I don't want to look at the game anymore. Wouldn't be a stream if there weren't tech issues at some point, now would it? Frilona, my scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a woman of your standing, and Commander Levier needn't have dispatched you hither. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, 'tis only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Yeah, he definitely has a hero crush on me or something. Bait and switch. Ilbert is eager to bring the Black Marketeer and his clients to justice. Now then, we should make for the Burning Wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Frilona. Alright, where have you gone? Over there. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the Black Marketeer unawares. And once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel and outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? And let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Oh god, where the hell am I going? Just over here. Hi. Who goes there? An adventurer? Damn fool, you should never come here. Hey, you have friends. Look at that. Anyway, goodbye. Get deleted. You too. Oh, hey, look, there's more of you. Cool. Good fight. Let's see, who's it coming? If anyone. I don't understand. What's all this about? Ah! Uh-oh. Elbert, what have you done? As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out, but before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard, and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Levier will be most disappointed. Damn it all, a golden opportunity, wasted! As for the clients, though we not know how, they slip past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of Duskoid Sellswords we suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the immortal flames of the brass blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons, yet even that accomplishment is lacking. For the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Okay, maybe this quest, and then that'll be it. Best laid schemes. Ilbert would like nothing more than to have this incident forgotten. Yeah, we'll join the first in their hunt for the Duskoid Sellswords. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape in the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Ul'dah in my stead. Entrust them to the third Yuyuhase. He'll take care of the rest. Okay. Also, can I say, hearing the merchant say, hey, what's all this about? And then a pain noise, doesn't quite line up with your story, sir. At least, presumably, that was the merchant speaking. Maybe it was the man, who was also conspicuously absent. Where the hell are you? How are you over there? I say, where the fuck are you? I have weapons. Did you hear, my friend? I received my first official assignment as a full-fledged member of the Crystal Braves. Hi, Frelona. This is a surprise. Resh wished for me to thank you for helping us rescue her from Castrum Sentry. How fortunate that we could meet again so soon. Ah, the Warrior of Light. Ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. Yeah, my deepest thanks for your assistance in Gorthis. Now, what brings you to us this day? Have some weapons. Confiscated crate, a wooden box filled with contraband. A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say? Understood. Once we've cataloged the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Riel stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood. Clearly Riol is unfamiliar with the ways of all Dawn merchants, whoever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. Still, that's something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, I shall take my unit to the cerulean processing plant. Time for the fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Aliane. For the freedom of all! Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again. Hello? Fernona, a word if it please ye. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for, whistling this time. Don't you worry. I've forgotten what voice I gave Riol. It's fine. It can be my next attempt at me butchering accents. Hey, what's up? Thanks for indulging my request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and bustle and commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything and leave no detail out. I heard a voice of presumably the merchant scream, and then I went in and the captain was like, oh man, how shucks, oh darn. That's not how quite the first told it. These desks right there are chasing. The latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw him yourself. Not before the fighting started, and not after. Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking care of the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water, and the first and the third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I have a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then, let's get back to it. Tataru, Ferlona, can you hear me? It's Tataru. Your presence is most urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you're able. And we will find out, or at least, you know, the next quest, next time. I'll turn in this quest. And then next time. Thank you for coming so quickly, Ferlona. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady by all indications. Ha! Don't remember this part. But that is it for today's stream. We will find out, it will rather confirm who this most determined lady from Ishgard is next time. And by next time, I mean Sunday. Because, Benzo, since you are new, I typically stream Sundays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from noon my time, which was about 5 hours ago, to 5, which is about now. So that, you know, time zones you can convert. On Sundays and Wednesdays, I will typically play more long-form games. In this case, it is 14. And on Thursdays, I will play shorter games. And since last time I finished what I was doing with the Switch remake of Link's Awakening, tomorrow will be Mother 1, also known as Earthbound Origins / Earthbound Beginnings. Because it's the only game in the Mother series I haven't played yet, and so I figured, why not? It's on the Switch, so I can easily stream it. And that's what I will be doing. And I have learned my lesson from Link. I almost said Link to the Past. That's not the one I played. I've learned my lessons from Link's Awakening, and I have guides. So that I don't get lost. My god, there are so many people live right now. What the fuck? Alright, Danny, because it's been a second. And Sirik is also live, but he typically ends when I raid him, so we'll do Danny. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. I hope you have a good night, good evening, whatever time it is for you. I hope you take care of yourselves, and as I said, I will see you all tomorrow for Mother 1. Bye-bye.